Morning, everybody. Welcome to our general meeting for the month of December, the last one for 2023. And this morning we have Councillor Shoemaker online, and anybody out there wanting to have a look online, hopefully it's an enjoyable experience for you this morning. So thanks to all the senior management staff for coming along. So we'll go now to leave of absence and apologies. I guess the Mayor, apologies for the Mayor. I don't think there's anything else, is there? Do we have to move that, Mr. CEO? No, just all good. I don't believe that our Father Stanley has turned up this morning, so is Councillor Duff, do you want to do the prayers for today?
Yeah, okay. I'd like to lead the prayers just with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Well done, Councillor, on short notice. Perfect. Thanks very much. And can I come to you again for the recognition of traditional owners?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. What is it? 10th. Oh, sorry. Here we go. I, Gavin Jones, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 1510, trusteeship of Goodyear Hall, lot 186 on FY 850. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. So thank you. And I see that Councillor Shoemaker has one as well. Do you want to present that one, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor. Just note, though, you didn't actually state the reasons why you have a conflict of interest.
Oh, in mine?
Yeah. I was just listening.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, so my conflict has arisen and simply through I'm on a community fund that is possibly, it actually is not part of this decision that is actually being made today. The decision to move forward and South Burnett Regional Council become the trustees from the state government doesn't actually do too much there, but I choose to stay away today because in the future, if it progresses and a community group come through and make an application to Tarong Community Fund, I am a board member of that, so I just thought I will stay away today. I don't believe that I had to today, but I choose to. So thank you very much, Councillor, for highlighting that. And over to you for your declaration.
Yep, thank you, Acting Mayor. I, Councillor Kirsty Shoemaker, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 20.3, the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board Meeting Minutes on the 3rd of October 2023. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises due to being a board member on the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while the meeting matter is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any more councillors before we move forward? Okay, we'll go on to item 6, deputations and petitions. I don't believe we have any. So we'll move on to item 8, notices of motion, and I'd like to grant the leave of, there we go, we've got it here. Oh, sorry. Confirmation of minutes. My apologies. I've jumped from 6 to 8. Okay, I'm in a hurry already. Okay, item 7.1, minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of November 2023. The officer's recommendation that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of November 2023 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Do I have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Questions or comments? No, all good. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, we move on now to 8, and it is notices of motion, and I'd like to grant the leave of the meeting for Councillor Erkins to bring a notice of motion forward from the floor. So, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Yes, it's been brought to my attention that the cameras known as Wally that have been located at different times at the entrance and exits to town is causing a fair sort of difficulty. So I would like to move that the South Burnett Regional Council writes to the Premier and the Minister for Transport and Main Roads to express concerns for the placement of the mobile roadside traffic cameras so that they are positioned in areas of known risk to road users and not where they could be perceived to have a non-safety focus.
Base manager, Brett. Yeah.
Okay, so we've... Where's that voice coming from? Oh, is it? Kerry, are you trying to speak? Okay, thank you.
No, sorry, you're good.
No, that's all good. I understand, Kerry. I've been caught myself. Okay, so we've got the motion there, moved from the floor by Councillor Erkins, that the South Burnett Regional Council writes to the Premier and Minister of Transport and Main Roads to express concerns for the placement of the mobile roadside traffic cameras so that they are positioned in areas of known risk to road users and not where they could be perceived to have a non-safety focus. You want to give any more detail behind that, Councillor Erkins, or are you happy we just go to the vote?
Can we? Oh, I don't know. Is anyone seconding?
Yeah, it's seconded by Councillor Duff. Councillor Erkins.
Okay, so I believe that the cameras have been put up in areas that are where motorists are either coming into a town or leaving a town, and most of these fines appear to be, and that's the transition from 60 to 80 kilometres an hour. So we are all well aware that the South Burnett have had a very high fatality rate. And I just believe that there are a lot more places that these cameras can be located so that they are addressing road safety rather than people who are just slow at dropping their speed coming in, or they are anticipating the speed going out. A lot of the people that have come to me, they're only very, very minor traffic, changes in their speed. Yeah, and we are a very, very low socioeconomic area, and this is impacting very, very badly on our community. And I just feel that it definitely is not a safety focus. It is purely revenue raising, and I think it's taking advantage of a community. I mean, I don't really know of any accidents that have happened in my 40 years in that area between 60 and 80, in both coming into town from the south and going out, well, in the three areas, but they've constantly had them there. So I seek my fellow councillors' support in writing and expressing our concern. I believe it's a concern with other communities as well, not just the South Burnett. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, look, Councillor Erkins, fully supportive of your motion, and I would imagine the response we get will probably fall on deaf ears. But just in that, it is a catch-22 where so many towns and villages come to us and want to get their entry into their towns and villages reduced down to 60, down to 50, down to whatever it may be. So I think we know that the response will be to this, but certainly supportive of your motion. And coming into Christmas, yeah, if we can save one life somewhere, anything's worth it. But yeah, I could imagine what the response will be when we're continually getting requests from towns and villages to lower the speeds coming into their towns. So supportive of it though. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you. I just think it might be something that the Traffic Advisory Committee could discuss as well, because I'm pretty sure that they have, because I know that when I used to sit on those meetings, the main roads used to say, we're putting them in certain spots. So whether we could just for our region, if I agree with the motion, but just for us to raise that at the Traffic Advisory Committee and suggest that, what your proposal is, Councillor Erkins, fully support it. Thank you.
That's correct, Councillor Henson.
Acting Mayor, yeah, through you. And yes, Councillor Duff, you're right. We take those requests from towns and villages to the Traffic Advisory Committee, so on this hand we want them shifted, and on that hand villages want their speeds reduced. So I just bring that up so that everyone's well aware of whether we get a positive response or not. We get that through the Traffic Advisory Committee all the time to reduce speeds, hence is why I would imagine the Transport Department and police have instigated to put these in speed zones to try and curb people in those speed zones. Is the reason why. So, yeah, but happy to take it back to a Traffic Advisory Committee next year. I don't know where it is at the moment in the South Burnett, but no doubt it's reaping revenue, and that's what it is. Let's face it, it's a revenue raiser.
Okay, back to you, Councillor Erkins, for a wrap-up, and we'll go to the vote.
Thank you. I understand what Councillor Henson's saying about people wanting the speed limit drop, but we're not talking people really speeding. People have complaints all the time about people racing around their streets, and this is not that. This is people, as I said, just slow to drop their speed as they move out of town. They are actually raising millions and millions of dollars on this, and it is not, in my opinion, to do with road safety. It is purely a money-making, revenue-raising exercise, and it is taking advantage of people, especially at this time coming up to Christmas, the inflation that everyone is tackling at the moment. I know myself, one of the reasons that it brought to me, I sit here when we're talking about raising rates, I feel physically sick at having to put a $20 charge on someone for their rates, and then someone comes into me. Yesterday, I had to sign some papers for a lady who was driving her husband's car because he can no longer drive. He is terminally ill, and they have just picked up $1,000 worth of fines from where she was ducking backwards and forwards to chemists and doctors for him, and only a very small increase in the speed. She wasn't what anyone would consider speeding, and it was not a danger to anyone except her husband, who was home sick and waiting for her to get back with medication. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor, and good argument put forward. So we've got the motion moved from the floor from Councillor Erkins at the South Burnett, or seconded by Councillor Duff. South Burnett Regional Council writes to the Premier and Minister of Transport and Main Roads to express concerns for the placement of the mobile roadside traffic cameras so that they are positioned in areas of known risk to road users and not where they could be perceived to have a non-safety focus. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to 9.1, Business Outstanding Table for the Ordinary Council Meeting, and the officer's recommendation is that the Business Outstanding Table for the Ordinary Council Meeting be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments or questions? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we move on now to 10.1, meeting dates for the ordinary meetings of Council. You'll find that on page 91, and the officer's recommendation that Council adopt the dates, times and locations for ordinary meetings of Council, January to March 2024 as follows. And Wednesday the 24th of January 24, 9am, Wednesday the 14th of February 9am, and Wednesday the 6th of March 24, 9am. We have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Any comments or questions around those dates, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Oh, sorry, councillors.
Sorry, Mayor Jones, I should have been on the hand quicker. I just wanted to note for that last meeting on the Wednesday, the 6th of March, I was thinking it would be really nice if we actually brought our families in and maybe had a morning tea or something to celebrate being our last meeting of this term of council, and the enormous amount of work that has been done. And I also wondered if it might be possible to have, the staff in the building involved in that, maybe a special morning tea, CEO Mark, just to thank and acknowledge everyone for the work that's happened over these last 4 years. I thought that might be nice.
Yep, through you, Acting Mayor. Yep. On the same page, actually, we had sort of had a little bit of a exec, and I had a bit of an impromptu chat about organising a luncheon or something on that day, but morning tea actually would work even probably better. But yeah, no, we can. That'd be yes. Short answer, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Mr. CEO, and thanks, Councillor Shoemaker, for doing that. I don't think we need to add that in, Mark. You'll just do that off the cuff. So what we have there, the 3 meeting dates that Council adopt the dates, times and locations for ordinary meetings of Council, January through to March 2024 as follows, and you see the list there. Moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Henson. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Excuse me. 10.2, the monthly financial information. The officer's recommendation that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 30th of November 2023, be received and noted. Do I have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded. Councillor Shoemaker. Comments or questions? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Jones. I just wondered, in that motion with the leave of Councillor Potter, I'd like to add in that we workshop the next January quarter review, or the last quarter review we'll do as a council, with a focus on the capital program.
Councillor Potter, you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor.
So what do you want to add in there, Councillor Shoemaker?
Received and noted, and that a workshop be scheduled to consider the next quarter review with a focus on the capital program.
Happy with that as read, Councillor Potter?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have the monthly financial information, moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Shoemaker, that the monthly financial report, including capital...
Sorry, Acting Mayor Jones, you might not have seen my hand. I was just hoping to ask a few questions about the report.
Absolutely. Over to you,
Before you go to the vote.
Yeah, I apologise, Councillor Shoemaker. I don't have you on my screen and I can't see your hand unless so I've got to rely on Mr. CEO or somebody else. So my apologies.
And I hate, no worries at all. I hate cutting you off. Do you want me to make a noise or something when I want to speak, or is there a better way of doing this? Wave at you on the camera or something?
Yeah, that's if you want to put if you want to speak, councillor, the other councillors or someone will see you if you just raise your hand.
Okay.
They can alert me and I'll come across to you. So thanks very much for your cooperation.
No worries, thank you. Am I able to ask a couple of questions?
Yes, absolutely. Over to you, councillor.
Thank you. I just had a question for Manager Carey, just with the statement of comprehensive income on page 105. I wondered if you may just be able to quickly give us an overview of the statement and just take us through how we're tracking against our actual budget. I noted in the report that Gen Ops is tracking above target, and I understand, it's a little bit of a mismatch with employee costs below target at 44%, material and services above target, and then finance costs, the interest costs and things a little bit below. Just wanted to understand, we had entered into the budget looking like we were tracking with a deficit, and just when I look at the net operating result for 24, it's currently showing we're in surplus. So I just wanted to understand a little bit more about how we're tracking.
Yeah, no worries. Through you, Acting Mayor. So with regards to how we're currently tracking at the moment, from everything that we can see, we're still tracking on target to meet that deficit. So we've got a few things happening, especially so income's largely affected by a lot of timing. So obviously we've done 6 months levying of rates and things like that. So that sort of distorts the income a little bit because, we've done a full 6 months worth of income. With the expenditure, it's a little bit, particularly with materials and services. So we do have a few yearly bills in there that have already hit. We also have a little bit of a distortion in the materials and services from all that flood work, because we don't generally, because it's a bit of an in and out, it's offset by income. We don't generally budget for it, and each quarterly review will then make some adjustments. So when we do this second quarterly review, as part of that, we'll do some adjustments to both income and expenditure, which will then increase the budget for those, but it won't have any net effect.
Thank you. And just checking. And just the restricted cash on page 115. I know there's been some movements and it's decreased by 1.9 million in the report, made up from roads, buildings, waste, plant, water and wastewater. And I'm imagining that's a lot of the decisions that we've made throughout the last quarter in just different project movements. But I just wanted to confirm that movement in restricted cash, were they committed movements, or are they a bit of both?
Yep, through you, Acting Mayor. So basically most of those are already from our committed movements that have been adopted as part of the budget or first quarter budget review. There's probably a small portion that's been from anything additional. However, a lot of those projects that have potentially been additional that will be included in the second quarter potentially haven't really had that much of effect as yet. But yes, most of it will be from general movements that we were already expecting.
Great. And just my last question is just in relation to the statement of financial position on page 114. I note that the amended budget and November 2023, we'd originally, it looks like we've actually shifted. The amended budget increased our total community equity, but our current position has decreased what we were proposing in the original budget. I just wanted to understand that better in relation to, have we, that capitalisation of new asset projects and things, works in progress, is that why this is looking? I just don't fully understand it.
No, that's okay. Through you, Acting Mayor. So the statement of financial position is one of those really moving targets. So it can be a little bit difficult to, I guess, look at the variances between where we are now compared to what the amended budget is. Yeah. Only because the amended budget is looking at where we're expecting to land for 30th of June compared to where we are now. So items like your property, plant and equipment, with the amended budget, we obviously have a little bit of a factor in there with, where we're expecting our comprehensive revaluation for our buildings asset class that will be completed in the next few months. So those sorts of things are all included in that amended budget where they haven't really happened yet in the, our current November figures. So that's why sometimes they can be a little bit difficult to sort of say, exactly look at that variance, because there are still so many things that are going to happen between now and the end of June to do that complete comparison. Yeah,
thank you. Appreciate that. Just noted the amended budget was 2 mil above where we had originally thought. So I can understand the challenges with what comes in and out. And thank you for the opportunity to ask some questions.
Thanks, Councillor. So we have there 10.2, the monthly financial information, moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Shoemaker, that the monthly financial report, including capital works and works for Queensland, as at the 30th of November 2023, be received, and noted that a workshop be scheduled to consider the next quarterly or quarter review with focus on capital program. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 10.3. This is a quote for the South Burnett Regional Council to replace water trucks 2016, 2017 and 2022. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council purchase from Daimler Trucks Sunshine Coast 3 Mitsubishi Fuso Shogun FV74 for $796,769.73 excluding GST. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter.
Well, I'll move it, Mr Mayor, but can I just have some background with regards to this and with regards to the trucks that we've chosen? What trucks are we using? I'd just like a little bit more background through you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go through to GM Susan or GM Aaron to make a co-contribution in regards to that on what trucks we have, and I think Councillor Henson seconded. So we'll now move over to any information, GM, that you have. Yep.
Through you, Mr. Acting Mayor, and GM Aaron can add his expertise afterwards. But these trucks, there was no local dealers there that could supply these trucks. However, we've engaged our local metal engineering works there to do the to build the bodies and that are fit for purpose to add to these vehicles. Now, we've already, the evaluations and assessments were sent to the works coordinators, the supervisors for review, feedback, and if operators wanted to try the 2 truck models that council owns, because we already own 2 of these trucks, these models, the assessment team was happy to continue with the recommendation for the, is it Fuso Shogun FB74 from the truck centre there in the Sunshine Coast. All trucks tendered required AdBlue and DPF, which means diesel particular filter. AdBlue is the additive added into the exhaust system that reacts with the harmful nitrogen oxides and is transformed into harmless nitrogen and water. The DPF captures harmful nitrogen oxides and is burnt off when the vehicle raises exhaust temps. So the Fuso is the best torque with high amount of safety features, cheapest servicing costs, and the highest total evaluation scores. The expected delivery is December 24 or January 25, so there's a 12-month lead-in with those. So does that answer your question, or does there, Councillor?
Through you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I just, with regards to the warranties and replacements and things like that, so what's the warranty? Because I've just been looking through some of this and I can't sort of, unless I'm missing it in here, what's the warranty of these trucks? And they all have a similar warranty and backup servicing, and yeah, I just need to sort of...
Well, it just says here on the summary that the assessment panel gave me that it was that these trucks had the highest amount of safety features, cheapest servicing costs, and the highest total evaluation scores through the whole evaluation process. So I could look for the detail here in the report.
No, that's all right. That's I'm quite happy with that. If they've said us that's the best with regards to warranty and servicing, I'm okay with that. Thank you very much.
And like I said, Councillor, we already have 2 of those vehicles in our plant and in our fleet there. Well, here we go. Sorry. Through you, Acting Mayor there, there's a 5 years warranty and it's 500,000 kilometres there. My team have just inboxed me.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I just had one question just in relation to, there's in the report on page 143, I'm just looking at other options than replacement, and I was looking at some of the utilisation and age details. Like, it's great. I just want to comment on the team. You know, it's amazing to see this level of detail. I really do appreciate, you know, how far we've come. When we first started, these sorts of things weren't necessarily even included, and I really think it's really admirable how incredible our plant and fleet team are and how much work they've done in really understanding those IPWEA industry benchmarks and really making sure that every purchasing decision of council does consider the utilisation and the age and gives us such a broad overview. So I really do appreciate the work that they do. I think we can all agree they've come so far with these reports. I just wanted to find out a little bit more. I didn't quite fully understand. Council currently has 7 water trucks in total, and it states that 4 water trucks are required in their current role and identified as essential. You just mentioned, Manager Susan, that the lead-in time for the replacement of these trucks is 12 to 18 months, I guess. Just want to understand, in terms of utilisation and age, it looks like they're all very well utilised, 100%, 87%, and 105 when comparing to the average utilisation. Just wanted to understand more about how the swap out would work, and I don't fully understand. Are we currently running 7 trucks and we're taking 3 out to replace them, keeping our 4 trucks in the fleet? I just wanted to confirm. Don't fully understand that.
Yeah,
Am I making sense?
Yes. Good morning, Councillor. Through the chair. So we currently run 7 trucks at the moment. So we'll carry them with 3 of the construction crews and the major maintenance crews. That's 4 of them. 3 also sit with those maintenance graders as well, the 3 maintenance grading crews. So that is your 7. So I think that the commentary and the discussion we had there is that we currently have 7. The other 4 are in use, and that means then you'll need 3 to be replaced. My understanding is that these trucks have been nursed through for the last couple of years and are starting to become problematic and have taken quite a bit of maintenance from Susan's team. So the decision's been made that they're probably stretched to the end of their life and need to be replaced. We had Brandon go through and obviously look at those utilisation as well. They are a well-utilised resource within council, given our network is so sparse in places. We also use them also to support rural fire services as well. So that also, we find that they are quite in need and demand within our region as well. So does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yes, but just want to confirm, so we will still have, during this process, the 7 trucks. We're going to continue nursing our old girls along until the new trucks arrive.
Through the chair, if they are removed from service due to fire, then they'll be replaced with a hire truck during that period, so they'll continue to be used. We also do use a number of hire resources also to beef up our construction as required as well, so it'll be a combination of both. I don't know whether all 3 machines are actually in operation. They may be down for repairs at the moment, but if they are and they're required, then we would obviously hire from a local during that period. Excellent.
And just confirming, when we do receive the new trucks, these trucks, 2016, 17 and 22, will go out to auction or tender or disposal. Is there a plan there, Manager Susan?
Yes, through you, Mr Chair. Yes, that's our normal process, Councillor. We'll swap them out. So we normally find the best, whether they go to tender or whether we float them to Brisbane for the best. We try to get the best prices that we can there, because we can't get a trade value at the time because of the lapse in the delivery time. So we can't pin anyone down to get a firm commitment there. So like we get, my team get the best value they can for the council upon replacement.
Fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for the work of your team. They've done an exceptional job.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. It says there on page 38, 138, trade-in offers were not requested from suppliers due to lengthy estimated delivery times. Will have significant increase in hours when they are disposed. So that's the other thing. And down the bottom there it says any internal shifting of currently owned water trucks to replace water trucks 2016, 17, 22 would still require replacement and therefore is not a viable option. So it covers off in that report. So again, like Councillor Shoemaker said, very in-depth conversation and report. Councillor Erkins and then Councillor Henson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The service on the trucks, are they serviced locally after we buy them, or do they have to go away?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, well, some of them are serviced under warranty and then the others are serviced locally.
So the under warranty, do they have to be sent to the Sunshine Coast to be done, to be serviced?
I'll just take that on notice for the moment until I get that response from my team
thank
there,
you.
Councillor, if you don't mind.
And also, I did have the opportunity a couple of weeks ago of going out to the crews when they were working on a road, and I just wondered how much water do these trucks carry? That was one of the things that the guys said, you know, being the distance from water. So how much water are they carrying? Because if we've got to do lots of trips, are we getting water cart? Are they carrying enough water to be viable for the money? Or is it better to go?
I'll go through to GM Meehan, but I would imagine that these trucks would carry as much as they could legally, and I'm sure that would be addressed in the whole.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to make sure that we are, because that was one of the things that the guys working on the crew, the time that they wait, you know, if they've got trucks carrying gravel was also a mention. If they go and they have only got a small truck bring the gravel out, or a small truck bring the water out. So I just wanted to make sure that we are covering and getting the best of, you know, not having crews sitting around waiting for water or waiting for...
GM Susan, yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Acting Mayor. Councillor, in response to two of those questions there, as regarding the services, they are serviced here locally at our council workshop, but then it does depend on the work required as well. If they, yes. And then the second question is that the water trucks carry approximately 12 to 14,000 litres, and we're getting bigger sized tanks available to keep the trucks legal. Sorry, we're getting the biggest sized tanks available to keep the trucks legal.
Okay. Okay, thank you. No, thank you.
So that's good information. Councillor Erkins. Councillor Henson.
Oh, sorry, Acting Mayor, if I'd turn my light off, I commend Councillor Erkins for stealing my questions, because my question was going to be a boy question down exactly that path. So thank you, Councillor Erkins, in bringing that to not only your attention, but I would have thought that in reading this 10 years ago, when these trucks were purchased in 2014, I know machinery's come a long way, and I've said it multiple times with efficiency and whatnot, and I would suspect in today's modern era, 10 years ago, water tanks on them would have been certainly quite heavy and robust, along with the trucks would have been, pair weight would have been quite a bit different to what it is today. So I would have expected that under the standards that is imposed upon the transport industry, I would imagine that they could easily pick up 1,000 or 2,000 litres of water, which is another 1 or 2 tonnes. So, yeah, good question, Councillor Erkins, and commend you on putting that forward. Thank you.
Oh, the love in the room today. It's so good to see. There we go. Okay, so any more questions there? I think we've covered it off on everything. It's a quote. So we've got it moved there. The motion is moved by Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Henson, that the South Burnett Regional Council purchase from Daimler Trucks Sunshine Coast 3 Mitsubishi Fuso Shogun FV74 for $798,769.73, excluding GST. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, noting Councillor Duff is out of the room at the minute. Local Law Review Workshop 10.4, the officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council, 1, accept the report, Local Laws Review, Discovery Phase, August 23, for information, and 2, adopt the following recommendations at Council: A, repeal Subordinate Local Law 1.07, Operation of Cane Railways 2011, and B, repeal Model Local Law Number 2, Meetings 2008, and 3, conduct a workshop, Shared Accommodation, Temporary Homes, Animals and Parking in January 2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Henson. Comments or questions, councillors? All good. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Again, Councillor Duff out. 10.5, the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Asset Management Policy, Strategic 014. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council Asset Management Policy, Strategic 014, be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. Comments, councillors? If not, we'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Page 158, 10.7. Sorry. Yeah, 150. Yeah, okay. I need to either look at the screen or look at my paper, Kimberly. I'm getting out of whack here. Okay, so the 10.6, adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Credit Card Policy Statutory 031. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Credit Card Policy Statutory 031 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. Any questions, comments? I think we've discussed this quite enough. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. (10.7) the adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Information Privacy Policy Statutory 038. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council Corporate Information Private Policy Statutory 031 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, seconder. Councillor Henschen. Questions? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 10.8, adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Expenses Reimbursement for Councillors Policy Statutory 002. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council Expenses Reimbursement for Councillors Policy Statutory 002 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henschen, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments and questions? Not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 10.9, adoption of the South Burnett Regional Council Local Law Making Process Policy Statutory 056, and the recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council Local Law Making Process Policy Statutory 056 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, Councillor Erkins, seconded. Comments? Yeah.
If I may, just very briefly. Councillors, this one's come up out of the local law workshop. And actually, just in regard with the budget second quarter capital workshop, we already had plugged in the concept of the local law workshop, so we just might run those two together in the new year, which would be good. This one, the original policy was developed up in 2011, even though ours is showing 2017 from its origins. Actually, one of the solicitors at King & Company wrote the original policy for us and local government, so this is a stock standard policy that aligns to legislation. These changes to bring it to the legislation, and what I just wanted to bring your attention to, I've actually removed the next review as prescribed by 2023. There's a couple of these that are fully and 100% dictated by the legislation if the legislation changes, so this won't be touched. Given the big gaps you have between local laws having to be addressed, this policy wouldn't be touched until the legislation changes. Then it'll have to be brought into a line with the legislation, so that is a bit of a difference. And there probably are a couple of the others that don't necessarily need to be done every 2 years, but anyway, this one won't be amended or looked at again until there's a legislative change.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, for the update. So we have the 10.9, moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins, that the South Burnett Regional Council Local Law Making Process Policy Statutory 056 be adopted as presented. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. We move on now to 11.1, and it's Freeman's Lane, Kingaroy, concrete pavement, and the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council fund the rehabilitation of a section of Freeman's Lane to the value of $200,000 from Council's flood co-contribution allocation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, second by Councillor Potter. We have questions or comments? Anybody? No, I think again we've discussed this quite regularly and in depth. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We move on now to 11.2, and that's the application for the road closure for the unmaintained Gameri West Road, which adjoins Lot 52 FY 407. And the recommendation, the officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council advise the applicant and the Department of Resources that A, it supports an application for a temporary road closure of the road known as Gameri West Road, Crownthorpe, which adjoins lot 52 FY 407 and is shown in attachment 1. B, make note to the department that council does not support a permanent road closure of the road known as Gameri West Road, Crownthorpe, which adjoins lot 52 FY 407 and is shown in attachment 1. The reasons for this objection are as follows. The long-term usage of the sections of road reserve is unknown. The permanent closure may affect any future interconnection of roads, any necessary future infrastructure and any potential new development in the area. And C, should the Department of Resources approve the proposed permanent road closure or a temporary road closure with road licence, that there be no cost to council associated with the road closure. And 2, delegates authority under Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 to the Chief Executive Officer or their delegate to finalise any and all matters associated with the application. And 2A, execute as Road Manager Form Part C statement in relation to an application under the Land Act 1994 over state land for the proposed permanent road closure. So there we go. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Again, this was discussed heavily in our workshop. I think we don't need any further conversation. We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Move on now to 12. We do not have anything in the portfolio for community development, arts, heritage and library services. Move on to 13, the natural resource management, rural services, agriculture, innovation, compliance and environmental health. And back to one of our favourites, dog registrations. And this one is the officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council pursue the outstanding 22-23 dog registration fees via the renewal notices for 23-24. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconder. Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, open for conversation if there's anything before we go to the vote. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, I've had quite a large thought about this one, and on further consideration, I will be voting against this one on the pure reason is that a lot of these registrations were from the last time when we did not give the rural residential people notice that we were putting up the registration. So for that reason, I will not be voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I'm going to go to General Manager Brooks for some information and an update on this because, again, we're not going to spend all day on this. We get caught up on dog registrations. Just briefly, Darryl, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but have you got anything to add to the conversation before we open it to the floor?
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and through you. So I think that the number's around the $72,000 that's unpaid for last financial year. So what we have to do before we issue the registration renewals for the new financial year, we either have to write them off or in this case, the recommendation is that they be included in the next financial year's invoicing. So really, I think the recommendation was that, we and traditionally has like that amount has been written off. This year's amount is a little bit higher than normal. I think it's around the $45,000 traditionally. This year's a little bit higher. So we're just seeking that direction from council so we can get the renewals out for this financial year.
Thanks, Darryl. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'd just like to know, because we didn't pursue, I was under the impression we didn't pursue registrations as actively as we did in previous years, so would we have saved some money in that? So if we were to write this amount of fees off and basically we're starting anew, what sort of impact would that have on our finances?
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. Generally, we try and run an approved inspection program where we do the house-to-house on where we had records of dogs being registered in previous years, and then we've got no record of dogs being at that property or registered for the following year. Unfortunately, that did not occur last financial year for one reason or another. So in the years we have undertaken that approved inspection program, we're only probably writing off around that $30,000. So, there's that $40,000 discrepancy based off the fact that we didn't do that approved inspection program, which is on a par with what an approved inspection program costs for, a 3-month period for officers to do that house to house.
So my question actually was, so the fact we didn't do the inspection, we would have saved money on that. So what we write off, although it's 72, we probably haven't spent the money going out in the thing. So really it's much of a muchness if we were to write it off, a figure that we write off every year. I think I would have to say that I don't support the resolution then. Thank you.
Councillor Anchin.
Acting Mayor, through you. Yeah, look, this was discussed not only in the standing committee, but every year we get here, but I'm pretty sure our ratepayers would like the council pursue $70,000. And I can understand where Councillor Erkins is coming from. There's a cost involved, and I understand that there would be certain dogs there and registrations that may have perished or ceased along the way, but I'm pretty sure, and hence is why this recommendation came back to our table here in pursue the outstanding dog registrations via the renewal notices. If we recoup some of that $72,000, I'm pretty sure our ratepayers would be grateful for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. The recommendation originally was to actually write it off. So then we voted to not write it off. But I was taking my lead from Councillor Potter because she's had a lot to do with the people who were affected because there was no consultation. We just put those fees up. And so then I was supportive of not writing it off. But as Councillor Potter has obviously had some more feedback from her community, I am going to support Councillor Potter on this occasion because I believe that we didn't do the proper consultation. We talked about it at the time, and I was against putting those prices up in the first place. Then we've got this situation now where they haven't paid for a particular reason, so I'm going to support Councillor Potter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I just had a question for General Manager Susan, just in terms of a rate increase. It's my understanding about a 1% rate increase creates about $200,000 in revenue. And I just want to confirm that I've got that right and not mislead the chamber. Or perhaps Kerry can confirm.
Mayor, I believe from memory, Councillor, it's about 300,000. I will just get that confirmed, but I'm thinking 1% is general is 300,000, but I'm just getting that confirmed.
Thank you.
So I'm correct, Councillor, it is the 300,000.
300,000. And I just want to confirm in terms of the compliance and environment budget, if I think back to when we were budgeting, which I am a little rusty, this service costs us about $1 million. The animal registration service costs us about $1 million a year, probably, Manager Brooks.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, that's close enough. But then that covers all the compliance activities that are undertaken by the team.
And the RSPCA contract for impounding of animals and those sorts of things. And at the moment you said we've got a shortfall, we've been unpaid for $72,000 of the dog registration revenue that we were expecting to get. I guess my biggest concern with this is, I think the reality is we still have to pay, at the end of the day, everybody in the region wants responsible animal management services. When somebody in the community gets bitten by a dog or a dog is mauled or something happens to somebody's dog, the first person they call is council, and my priority is to actually make sure there's somebody there behind the desk with their feet behind the desk able to answer their phone call. Because the reality is we get the reports every month that demonstrate that there are a number of animal issues in our community and that we absolutely need our compliance people on the ground to respond to those and to try to encourage better animal management practices across the region. My concern is we all know that this area is unfunded. It is not fully funded. Sorry, I don't mean to mislead the chamber, and we know that the costs of this service are offset by our ratepayers. We also know that for our ratepayers to actually fully fund this service or to help covering this service, their rates have to increase. Like at the end of the day, we have to cover the costs of the service that we're offering, and this is a core council service. It concerns me that we're not covering those costs, and it concerns me that if we write off dog registrations once again, we are saying to those who haven't paid, it's okay to not pay your registration because we won't pursue it, and even if we do pursue it, we won't actually charge you the fee. We'll just write it off next year and send you a renewal once again. What about those who are actually doing the right thing, who are contributing to responsible animal management and who are actually, from all walks of life, with all cost of living, still experiencing the same cost of living crisis and impacts of every person in the region? I really worry that we're setting a precedent here that says if you don't pay your dog registration this year, it's okay. We're going to have to hit our ratepayers to actually cover the costs that we're not covering from this service. And I just don't think that's right. I think we're actually penalising those that are trying to do the right thing. This isn't about, the who has and has not. The reality is this is a basic fee. I'm disappointed as a councillor that we have not been able to come to some kind of agreement for dog registrations this year. It's been an ongoing 4-year battle. We know it's unfunded. The service is not meeting its financial needs, and my concern is making sure that we have a team equipped to actually put in place the legislation across our region. So I'm in support of this motion. I think we're going to have to make more tough decisions like this. It's not a decision that I make lightly, but I also know we're running over a $3 million deficit projected this year, and there is no money tree out the back. Thank you, Acting Mayor Jones.
Thank you. I'll come across to Councillor Erkins and then I'll have a comment.
Thank you. I believe, as Councillor Potter mentioned, we didn't do any community consultation when we put those fees up. I believe we also, if we haven't sent out inspectors to inspect, we haven't spent that money. I understand where Councillor Shoemaker's coming from. It does have to be paid by somebody, but maybe we should be looking at the costs of the service, what we're actually doing by sending out inspectors. That costs a fair bit of money. And one of the reasons that we're sending out inspectors is because people are not paying the registration, and we're only going, I believe, to people that we've got a record of their dogs anyway. So if someone gets a dog and they don't tell anyone about it, we're really covering them. Whereas if it's an affordable fee to register, hopefully I would think we would encourage people to do it, and maybe we need to look again when we're doing the contract for the services that are offered by the RSPCA. But while I respect the opinion of Councillor Shoemaker, I also believe we didn't do the proper community consultation, and therefore I can't support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. I've got a couple of questions. Susan, just in regards to the conversation around the 1% raising $300,000, just to clarify that wasn't put into our rates budget and all that to try and cover the shortfall of the dog registrations and all that, was all the services. That was as a general rate across the whole organisation?
Through you, Mr Mayor. From what I'm understanding your question, the 1% is just an indication of how much we have to increase our rates from
correct,
the general
yeah.
public for our general operations. Our general operations rates fund the services that we deliver to the community. So what the councillor is virtually saying is that 70-odd thousand has been technically identified in the last rates increase to recover that, to provide that service to the community. So if we write that off, that's 70-odd thousand that, you know, that we aren't actually receiving in revenue there. The cost of the 70-odd thousand will be added now to, to that general rates increase that we did last year.
Yeah. To you, GM Darryl, so 72,000 outstanding, what do you think would be the cost to the ratepayer to try and get that 72,000 back, and what guarantee have we got of getting any of that back?
Yeah, through Acting Mayor. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to get it down to zero because, you know, people, you know, move out of the region or dogs pass away. So, I mean, I don't know what the lowest amount that we've ever had to write off, but there's always some element that we have to write off. So to think you get it back down to zero is not possible. I mean, if we did a concerted campaign, and I think the best way is with enforcement, so whether that's issuing fines, on-the-spot fines, and that certainly gets the message out there that council's serious. Word of mouth is a very powerful thing, so I think if we did that really strong enforcement, you would get it down probably, you know, around that $20,000-$25,000 to write off.
So what do you think that enforcement would cost us as an organisation?
Yeah, through
and I don't want down to the last dollar, mate.
Yeah.
I know this is just conversation. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, through you. So previously we've tried to get in contractors to do this house-to-house door knock. For generally it's been about 2-3 months because, you know, it's a big area we've got to cover and lots of conversations and doors to knock on. So I think that was around the $40,000 to undertake that program.
So the figures that we're throwing around here at the minute, it's going to cost us $40,000 to chase possibly $30,000 or $40,000, and no real gain. Am I getting? I know. Again, this is all hypothetical stuff. Yeah. I just want to get it right in my own head. So.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. I think you've got to probably think more broadly than dog registrations as well. It's also a conversation about responsible animal management, and that's something that we don't do currently. So it's about having that presence and getting the message out there around, you know, local law requirements and what your responsibilities are of being a dog owner.
Look, all the conversations and all the comments are very legitimate. Councillor Shoemaker, exactly. You know, we need to enforce that. Councillor Erkins and Councillor Potter, Councillor Duff. This dog registration conversation has been going on forever, and we haven't made any progress whatsoever towards where we find a fee and a charge and all that. And every year we write fees and charges off. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CEO and General Managers, but are we not preparing for a workshop or something in the new year in regards to where we go and where we land? And we've changed, have we not changed the time or the dates? Like, we're moving the dates to fall into line and move that. So there's still a lot of work to go. And if we make that, I get it. I get it that we need to make a solid stand. And again, you're going to have an element of this money here that's outstanding that you have no chance whatsoever of getting. You go out and you make those fines, it's only going to get messier and it's going to cost us more money going down the track. I think that's, again, I'm only speaking on behalf of myself. I just think in the situation we're in with a hell of a mess around this dog registration and the future works that we've got planned, I'm struggling to see a benefit to chase this at the minute, and it's only going to create more angst in the community. But I do get the other side of the argument. We do need to make a stand and make sure that people understand that we are not going to sit by. But I just think in the next conversations with dog registrations, I think that's probably a good point to start, where we start fresh, because we're moving the dates, we're moving everything else. There's a big change coming. So I'm thinking that we implement this sort of strong stance in coordination with those sort of changes moving forward. And I get both sides of the argument. I'd vote either way. I would support both arguments. I really would. But today we've got this in front of us. So, General Manager Susan.
Thank you. Through
All right,
you,
yeah.
Mr Deputy Mayor. Just additional information from my senior accountant there, my manager of finance, is that between the pro rata, if you were to write this off, there would be a second quarter adjustment of approximately $110,000 reduction in revenue. So I just thought that I would add that just to the conversation. That.
So, just before we go to Councillor Shoemaker, 110,000 if we do write it off.
That's correct, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
It'll be interesting to see, and I know we can't get a figure on it, on what it would if we enforced that and chased it down and what it'd cost us. Just see where we end up. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to clarify and just be clear in what I'm saying. As we've just heard, if we go to a second quarter adjustment, basically it hits our bottom line. We're talking about $110,000 loss in revenue for this department. This department costs $1 million to run. We have factored in that we would receive this $72,000 in revenue and still not meet the costs of running this department. The reality is the only way I see that we can actually meet the costs of running this department is that our ratepayers, some who don't have dogs and will never use this service, will have to pick up that shortfall. And I don't believe that's fair. I also know from the budget discussions that we had that the RSPCA contract is coming up for renewal, and that it is anticipated that the cost of that contract will increase, not decrease. And that is fair with CPI and all of the other things and the many conversations we've had with the RSPCA. I understand they run on a shoestring, but the reality is we know as a council that contract is probably going to increase. When we had this discussion, we talked about the fact that the organisation is already sending out a renewal notice. So this debt would just register on your renewal notice that you owe for this year and last year. And I would hope that if people have lost dogs or created new dogs or whatever else, they do the right thing and come and tell council about that when they get their renewal notice. So I argue that I don't think there's any additional operational cost in terms of actually pursuing this bad debt, because we're sending out that renewal notice. And to be honest, I hate the idea of strong enforcement where people actually get a fine for having not paid their renewal. I don't think that's the standard we want to set. I think we definitely want people doing the right thing. And honestly, as a dog owner, well, what incentive do I have to come and pay my dog registration fee and contribute to this service if we are setting a precedent that it's okay, we're just going to write it off if you don't pay? I do understand we had asked for comprehensive communication, a letter to go out to every impacted dog owner when we increased the fee last time, and that didn't happen. And I too am disappointed in that. And I too, like all of you, answered phone calls from people who own dogs who were upset about the increase. But the reason why we had to make those increases was because the reality is if we don't actually cover the costs of this service, our ratepayers either have to cover the cost of the service or we're not funding and we're not actually doing what we're meant to do by legislation, which is enforcing responsible animal and pet management across our region. So I understand the conversation that's been had, and I really do empathise with everybody. I'm disappointed we haven't come to a decision on this. I just don't think our council, running a deficit of over $3.8 million in consecutive deficits for the next couple of years, is in a position to be able to, doesn't have the luxury of just writing off dollars, not when we've worked so hard to scrutinise every budget and make sure every dollar represents value. So I can't support it.
That's fine, Councillor. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, look, I'll be very quick. Look, I'm not denying that we probably need to increase the funds to compliance. We've already got a precedent set that we usually write off about 40K every single year. We've all done that for the last so many years. So, you know, for just an increase in the extra 30. And I also believe that, you know, there are certain areas of council that are not going to be cost neutral. So we've got to realise that there are certain areas that aren't going to pay for themselves. But look, I believe that we need to we'll see how this vote goes, but then we'll see what we need to do after that. Thank you.
And we just need to be aware that there is using the facilities and dog owners and all that sort of stuff, and people, it's not fair in regards to other people using the shortfall because they don't use the facility or whatever. That goes across a lot of the council organisation. There's people that will tell you in the rural sector that they don't come in and use libraries, they don't use swimming pools and all that, but yet some of their rates contribute to that. So that I don't think that's... But anyway, we're at the... who moved that? Councillor Henson, do you want to just wrap up and we'll go to the vote because we've got people down the back wanting to do stuff.
So thank you, Acting Mayor. It's about time this chamber, you know, and new councillors made some decisions here. We've been pussyfooting around on this in the last 4 years. And you talk about responsibility. I'm sure every one of you got the email last week with the dog attacked on a neighbour's little dog. And here we are talking, you know, we're just going to stroke of a pen, put it through $70,000. With all due respect, Councillor Potter, the people that I talk to are not real thrilled about writing off $70,000. Dog owners need to be responsible, and I'm fully supportive of chasing this. If we can get $30,000 back, Manager Brooks, and it costs us $40 to do it, I'm pretty sure that's a better result than just putting a red line through it. So I'm fully supportive of this motion, Acting Mayor, and pursue this to the full extent that we can, and this council makes the decision to move forward with dog registrations and make people responsible.
Alrighty, there's a wrap up there from Councillor Henson, and we'll go to the vote here now. It's moved by Councillor Henson. Excuse me, 2 seconds. You got that? Okay, seconded by Councillor Shoemaker, that the South Burnett Regional Council pursue the outstanding 22-23 dog registration fees via the renewal notices for 23-24. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Jones, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Henson. Those against? Councillor Erkins, Councillor Duff and Councillor Potter. Yes, so 3-3. That's great. That comes... Yeah. I voted in favour of this simply because of the wording, the dog registration fees via the renewal notices for 23-24, and that is simply adding those totals onto the next rates notice. Is that fair? That's correct. And there will be no other enforcement other than that, and I would expect that the enforcement, if there was any further enforcement to be done, that would be brought back to a full chamber of council. Is that correct? Yeah,
that is correct. Through you, Acting Mayor, if we did do a approved inspection program, that needs to be approved by council.
Thank you. So that's my reason for voting in favour of this, and it's a simple added number to the existing notice that will go out, and therefore there won't be any extra charges. And if we get anything back from that, all good and well. But again, if there's enforcement, that comes back to the chamber, and I will rethink and certainly take on board what's going on. So I'm in favour of that. Yes. All right, we've got a lot of people in the chamber there. I guess we've got some presentations and that to make, Mr. CEO. Is that?
Yes, thanks, Acting Mayor. Santos Workshop, the business awards for the regional Christmas light competition, and thank you, everyone. And I'd certainly acknowledge we'll have a representative of Ken Mills here who sponsors the business component of these awards, and also acknowledge our other partners, Burnett, today.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a mover to move into morning tea? Councillor Henson, second by Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. We'll break for morning tea and we'll come back about 11:15. Councillor Shoemaker, if that's okay.
Yes, and sorry to the people who have been part of the Christmas lights competition that I'm not there in person today, but thank you for what you're doing in our community. It's amazing.
Welcome back, everybody, and I would move that the meeting resume at 10:58. Do I have a second? Councillor Henson, go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We move on now to 14.1, the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan, and the officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council notes and supports the Darling Downs Regional Waste and Resource Recovery Management Plan. Do I have a mover? Give me Councillor Potter, seconded. Councillor Duff, comments or questions? Looks like it's all good. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Move on to 15.1, award of the South Burnett. I just read that. We just done that. Oh, sorry. So I just jumped the page. Oh, right. So there's one in. Okay. So my apologies. There's. Yeah. So we should be on page 205, is that right? Yeah. Yeah. A little slow on the uptake after morning tea. 15.1, so award of the South Burnett Regional Council 23-24-66 trustee permit to occupy. The officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council 1 enter a trustee permit to occupy with Sarah Saxa for Lot 2 on Crown Plan N2349, being 44 King Street, Nanango, for $629.20 per annum, inclusive of GST, for 5 years, as per SBRC Q 2324/66. And 2, Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power pursuant to Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009 to negotiate, finalise and execute a trustee permit to occupy with Sarah Saxa on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments and questions there, councillors? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 15.2 on 210. Update on Sir Charles Adamant Park community consultation, and the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council 1 acknowledge the extension of the community consultation of Sir Charles Adamant Park into May 2024 to allow time to review traffic behaviour and community feedback on road safety in the area and review the community survey results and written responses. And 2, note the feedback received to date from both the public meeting and the online feedback, and confirms that Adamant Park will not be utilised for any car parking services, and that the feedback received will inform the 24-25 capital and operational budgets. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Questions and comments there, councillors? If not, we'll... Oh, sorry, Councillor Duff, sorry.
I just wanted to say that I think that the car park one was a bone of contention, and I'm really pleased that that's in your report, because I think that's going to settle a lot of people down. I just wanted to say fully supportive of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Chairman, just a quick one. We will have discussion, won't we, on what it will, what plans and that for the park? So, okay, thank you.
Happy with that confirmation? Yep. Manager Peterson just acknowledged Councillor Erkins' question there. All good. So we'll go to the vote. Moved by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter, that the recommendation or the motion there, as I've just read, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we go on to... Yep. And that is page... Yep, safety audit South Burnett Pools. And again, the officer's recommendation that the pool safety audits and the pool safety improvement plan for all pools be adopted and the findings that were identified from the audit become action items to ensure council pool facilities comply with the Australian Standards 2416 and the Royal Life Saving Guidelines for safe pool operations. We have a mover. Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Erkins. Comments? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. 15.4, renewal of MOA SB Care Incorporated. The officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council 1, Section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies for council to enter into a memorandum of agreement with SB Care Incorporated for the use of the small office located in the Wandai Hall being part of Lot 3 on CP 904146 for a 3-year term, and 2, that council resolves under section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009 to delegate the power to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate, finalise and execute the memorandum of agreement between council and SB Care Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer considers satisfactory to council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments, questions? I think it's all straightforward. They use it all the time. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Erkins.
I just note in there that they're going to be paying, they agreed to pay $100 plus GST as a contribution to utilities and other services. Do they always do that? Or is this new?
Manager Peterson or somebody from properties. There we go.
Yes, sorry, they do contribute an annual fee of $100 to the utilities.
I just wondered whether that shouldn't be increased a small amount because the costs of electricity, etc., is going up. And I understand that SB Care, while they provide a service, I believe that their customers all pay for that service. It's not like they are volunteers giving that service for nothing. So, you know, I'd like to see that maybe increase, maybe not even this time, but with CPI maybe as it goes through for the 3 years.
So to your point, Councillor Erkins, are you happy for this motion to be put to the vote, or do you want to make a change before?
No, could I make a change to that, being that the $100 that I can't see if that's. Is the fact that they pay the $100 is not in that motion, is it?
It says here that the agreement includes payment of $75 per annum plus GST for rent of the office, and South Burnett Care have also agreed to pay $100 per annum plus GST as a contribution to utilities and other services.
I'd like to see, so on that $100 plus GST, I'd like to see that $100 is increased each year with CPI.
So do you want to add 0.3 in there?
Yes.
And say exactly what you've just said?
Yes,
So,
yep.
Okay, so 0.3 is
SB
that...
Care contribute $100 towards to offset costs per annum, and that be increased by the CPI each year, plus GST, plus CPI. And it's actually $100 plus GST. I don't know if you guys are okay with that.
Councillor Henson and Councillor Potter as a mover and seconder, are you happy with that change or added addition?
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor.
I'm comfortable with that, thank you.
GM Brooks or Manager Peterson, anything of concern around that? Happy with that? Okay, so any other comments on that now before we go to the vote? Councillor Erkins, you're happy with the light? You got your... Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we have the amended motion. That is Councillor Henson moved, Councillor Potter seconded, and the South Burnett Regional Council's 1, Section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 applies for Council to enter into a memorandum of agreement with SB Care Incorporated for the use of the small office located in the Wandai Hall, being part of Lot 3 on CP 904146 for a 3-year term, and 2, that Council resolves under Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009 to delegate the power to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate, finalise and execute the Memorandum of Agreement between Council and SB Care Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer considers satisfactory to Council, and 3, that SB Care contributes $100 plus GST towards costs per annum, and that this price increases by CPI each year. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 15.5. Community consultation regarding MILP Inc. lease gift of a section of McMahon Park. And the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council 1 resolves under Section 2361B2 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the disposal of the valuable non-current assets by offering a 3-year non-inclusive use deed of licence to occupy for part of Lot 37 on RP 842815, 70 Perkins Street, Mergen, known as McMahon Park, to the Mergen Independent Lifestyle Project Incorporated. 2, pursuant to Section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009, the Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute the deed of licence to occupy between Council and the Mergen Independent Lifestyle Project Incorporated on terms and conditions the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council, and 3, provides ongoing support and encourage MILP Incorporated to progress the project and develop partnerships and source funding through other organisations at a local, regional, state and federal level. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments, questions? I think this is a great thing. Everyone should be pretty happy with that. So we go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 15.6, supplementary report for gifting of St Faith Church and Cemetery, Mondua. Officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council respectfully decline the offer to be gifted the St Faith Anglican Church and commence negotiations for the potential subdivision to split the cemetery from the church lot at no cost to Council before Council would be able to accept an offer to take on the cemetery property located at Mondua. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff. Councillor Potter is the seconder. Comments, questions around this, councillors? Councillor Duff, anything to add?
I think we discussed this at length at the standing committee meeting, but yeah, just supporting that because I think that Council, I'd like to see that cemetery maintained, and I'm concerned about what will happen going forward. So happy to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Erkins.
I stand behind the argument that I made last time. I believe the cemetery is the responsibility of the church who own it now, and I believe that Council should not be taking on that responsibility.
Any other comments or questions around this one? This, again, I don't disagree with any comments from either side, and I voted against it last time in the fact that, I would like to see the church subdivide, and so that's what we're asking in it, their negotiation. But they're going to, your understanding, Councillor Duffy, is that the church are going to pay for the subdivision and all that sort of stuff?
Acting Mayor, that's in the recommendation here, at no cost to Council.
Councillor Henson.
Yeah, Acting Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. The same at the standing committee. We get handed these things back and it's another drain on Council's staff and the budget requirements, and I can totally understand Councillor Duff the sentiments that may be around that, but honestly, churches, yeah, they've got to step up a bit here, and I think they need to take full responsibility of that and work with either the community or within their parish members or whoever that may be, and their order to look closely at moving forward how they maintain that cemetery.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, with regards to this one, I believe that if we can get a small piece of land that is subdivided by the church, and the church are able to pay us for the upkeep and maintenance of that small plot. I don't want half of that area, just a small plot on the corner, and the church actually pay us to maintain and upkeep that. And I think that should be part of the negotiations as well. I truly believe that this is something that's important to the community, and so I'll be voting with Kathy on this one.
So, Councillor Potter, with your comments there, before I go to Councillor Shoemaker, when you say that you expect the church to pay council to maintain, I didn't quite pick up on you.
Okay, so it needs to be subdivided so the church can sell off that other building and the other block of land, if that's still able to be done because of where it is in planning. If it can't be done, then I don't believe we can't take on the whole lot if it can't be subdivided, my thoughts. And I think if it can't be subdivided, we can't take it on. If it can be subdivided, we take it on, that small plot at the corner with the cemetery, as long as the church give us money for upkeep and maintenance, like we do with other things when we take them on. So the church would give us an amount of funds to upkeep and maintain that block of land.
GM Darrell or Manager Peterson, would you have any rough idea of just what it would cost to maintain that cemetery portion, only the cemetery block, per year? And I know, again, I'm asking questions that you can't, and I don't expect you to be within a bull's roar of it, but just give some sort of an idea of maintaining that cemetery per year.
Through you, Chair. No, at this stage we wouldn't be able to give you a dollar value on the upkeep. We haven't undertaken an assessment of the condition of the graves and what work needs to be done around the area. So if there's rabbit holes and all sorts of things in that cemetery, we need to backfill all of that and make tidy and presentable and safe. We haven't undertaken that assessment yet. So that will need to occur if Council's going to decide to continue with the negotiations, because that's something we would like to talk to the church about, is about that upkeep and presenting it to us in a good condition for us to take that on.
So are we best to wait for that report and all that information to come back before we make to decide that? Are we better off just leaving this lay on the table until we get further information and council reports or whatever we need?
Through you, Chair, no, what we need is a resolution that you would like us to commence those negotiations, and your intent is that you would like us to negotiate the potential subdivision, and now taking on what Councillor Potter is also talking about is ongoing maintenance. If that was included in the resolution, that would give us a clear instruction to commence those discussions. It's not saying, my understanding is not saying that we would then agree to that. We would bring that report back to Council, those negotiations, and just give Council an update on where we're at with those discussions and what can be done with the subdivision.
So just before I go to Councillor Shoemaker, just for my own benefit, so reading this recommendation, am I right in thinking that this is just to discuss to see whether the church is interested in financially paying for the subdivision split and all that sort of stuff, and that's basically all we are, and then it would be able to accept an offer to take on the cemetery property located at Mondure? So if we were to say, or go and negotiate with the church, and they were keen to pay the subdivision and all that sort of stuff, are we committing in this recommendation to taking that on, or are we just saying, okay, yep, are you interested in subdividing and all that? And then we come back and have another discussion, because I think if they're going to pay for the, someone just give me some clarity around this, because I'm getting confused. I can take that two different ways.
Okay, Acting Mayor, the way I read it and from the other day, this gives us the ability to go and talk to them. They may just say a flat no. They may come back, okay, it's a statement of intent. We're interested in the cemetery. And then it would be, can we subdivide it? If we can, they're going to pay for it, or how do we get it? And then there'd have to be a report back on, these are the outcome of the negotiations. That's how I read it. And so it's starting a process again, just to go back to them and say, okay, thanks for your last offer. This is our counter offer and this is where we want to go.
So taking on Councillor Potter's comments there before, then is it reasonable to add in that the church contribute towards the maintenance of the, or is that just over the top too much? Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I really am supportive of just doing a bit more investigation here, and I think the intent of the motion is to do just that. I don't disagree with anything that's been said, and I do think the condition of the cemetery assessment report does have to happen to help inform council on making its decision here. I am really concerned. Mondra is a small community in our region. There is a cemetery there. I would hate to see that cemetery become overgrown and unloved. And as Councillor Duff has said before, there is currently an elderly man who is mowing that cemetery, and it's unlikely he will continue into the future being able to continue to do that. So I think, as a council, I think getting some more information on the matter and contemplating how we may be able to keep that cemetery and that history, and certainly, respect that people have been laid to rest in that space, and see if there's a way that we can come to some sort of agreement here. So I'm supportive of the motion as it stands, and certainly in terms of the negotiations, Theo, Mark, anything I think that you can do to sort of indicate that council would be taking this on. Obviously that there's a cost and a requirement to do this condition, to bring the condition up to a standard. I think, it might be worth negotiating, seeing what if the church is able to contribute some funds in that regard. I trust your ability to sort of have that conversation, so I'm supportive of the motion as it stands.
Councillor Erkins?
I think from the conversation that's going on here, it's like we're saying, well, we saved the cemetery, but it's not up to us to save the cemetery. That cemetery is owned by the church, and it is their responsibility to maintain and look after it. It's not council's responsibility. And I don't know how many of my fellow councillors have walked through some of the cemeteries that we have already that are council ones. And I can tell you, they're not the best looked after cemeteries, for the fact that a lot of those gravestones, the families are no longer there to look after them. It's not council's responsibility to actually look after those gravestones. So it's up to, just people who know them or knew of them. But how long is that going to go on? So why would we take on another cemetery when we already have costs of the ones we've got? And as I said, it's not like it's saved the cemetery. It belongs to that church, and it is their responsibility to look after that cemetery. It's not our responsibility. And even when we're saying here about doing the investigations, we talk about saving money. How much money is it going to cost us for the staff to go out there and do all this? That's going to cost us money. We're arguing about trying to save money and trying to save our community money on dog fees. And yet we're putting all this on our staff to go out there and check this out and check that. I understand that we're saying that the church has to pay for the subdivision, but it will be our staff that are out there checking it to see what sort of condition it's in and whether it can be saved. But it's not a matter of saving the cemetery. It belongs to that church, and it is their responsibility. It's not council's responsibility. to take on that cemetery.
Yeah. So, Councillor Duff, have you, or has anyone got anything to add? Because, like I say, I get it, and people are buried out there, and it's not a big cemetery, but Councillor Erkins has made a very good point. And question is, Inverlaw Hall or Inverlaw Cemetery out here, when they moved all that hall and all that sort of stuff, who's taking care of that cemetery out there?
Council, through you, Chair, council is not responsible for the cemetery out at Inverlaw, so the church continues to operate and look after that grounds and the cemetery out there.
I'm not comfortable with this, the way that's written, and I'd be more than happy for conversations to be had and all that, and taking that on, and like I say, always fair and consistent. And if that church is able to look after it, or how they do it, I don't know, but that's their responsibility. Is that a conversation that's been had, that if they do sell that other, subdivide and sell the block of land and the hall and all that, they can pay? Or I don't know. I totally get it. Again, another decision where you could vote either way and feel comfortable with your decision you made. But, yeah. Anything to add there, Manager?
No, not at this stage. For you, Chair, we haven't had those detailed conversations yet because we're looking for the direction of council in what you would like us to progress with. So, no, we haven't at this stage. That would be the next step for us to go into detailed conversations of what that looks like.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So I agree with what everyone has said. I don't know what happens to a cemetery if the church decides to take it over. Do they just, you see cemeteries everywhere that are just like overgrown cemeteries, and no one cares for them anymore. And I just don't know whether the church would actually go, okay, well, we're responsible for it, we're going to sell the church there and just look after that, or whether they just go, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know enough to make a decision myself, because I hear what Councillor Erkins has said, and it's provided that somebody said, okay, well, if the church says, okay, well, we'll look after it, that's fine. It was more about for the community, that we don't want to just see it become like an overgrown place where no one cares anymore, and that's the thing. So if the church has to, but do they? Or do they just go, we're just going to leave it?
You should have noticed.
Well, do we? Or you see a lot of cemeteries that just, after a while, no one cares for them, and they're not looked after, and they're run down, and they're just eventually just, they're just not looked after. So I don't know enough about it. I agree with Acting Mayor Jones. We don't have enough information about what would happen if the church took it back.
Yeah, okay, we'll just wrap it up. Couple of minutes, if you want, a couple of minutes each. Councillor Shoemaker, briefly, and then we'll go around the room one more time, and then we'll make the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. I just had a question for Manager Leanne, if she's able to answer it, just in relation to that Inverlaw cemetery arrangement. Like, do you recall that process? It was before my time at council. Had the church offered the church and the cemetery to council, and we declined it. Is there any information about that?
Through you, Chair, my understanding is no, council wasn't requested to look after the cemetery. The church, with its community, discussed their options going forward and decided that they didn't have the money to look after their church and hall, and it was a decision that community made, was to divest of those assets, and that money then, and the community members that are still in that area look after and volunteer and look after the cemetery because their loved ones are still there. So But the responsibility of the grounds is the responsibility of the church. So that would be the case out at Monjaw. The responsibility for the grounds and the upkeep on the grounds and the cemetery bookings. And we're not sure yet how many plots are reserved in this facility either. So, you know, money may have been taken from the members of the community out there for plots to be reserved for different family members. So all of that would have to be discussed and negotiated. But yes, at this point, it would be the responsibility of the church as they've collected those funds over the past. And going forward, we would have to talk that through with them. But through the chair, I mean, talking about cemeteries, they're huge costs for the organisation. We do struggle with the maintenance. Yes, there is the mowing and the upkeep on the facilities, but yeah, they're very important locations, and people want to visit them all year round, every day of the year, and they need to be maintained to a high level. And we do struggle across all of our rural cemeteries to be able to provide that service. So increasing more assets to manage will increase our costs going forward.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. And thank you for the work that the team does do on the cemeteries. I know they're running on a shoestring, and, you know, I know they do put in a lot of extra time, care and effort over certainly this Christmas period to make sure that the cemetery is, you know, across the region are places that community members can visit and, you know, pay their respects to their loved ones. So I really do appreciate that. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion, or a foreshadowed motion. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. Yep, away you go.
Just thinking about the conversation that we had, just that South Burnett Regional Council respectfully decline the offer to be gifted the Saint Faith Anglican Church. Sorry, Kim. Yeah. And commence discussions or investigations, sorry, Kim, with the church to understand the condition of the cemetery, its current operations, and the church's plans to maintain the cemetery into the future. And bring a report back to council I'm mindful January is our last meeting. I'm mindful we may not be able to resolve this like this term of council, but we may at least be able to, you know, have some discussions and yeah, to a future council meeting with the Christmas period. So the South Burnett Regional Council respectfully decline the offer to be gifted the Saint Faith Anglican Church and commence investigations with the church to understand the condition of the cemetery. I've used the word operations. I'm not sure if that's my intent by that is current operations is how many bookings are there? Is there a history there around, you know, future burials and those sorts of things, and the church's plans to maintain the cemetery in the future, and that a report be brought back to a future council meeting. I'd like to move that, Chair, and seek a seconder.
Yeah, Councillor Duff has seconded that.
Thank you. By all means, open to just in speaking to that motion. I think the conversation we've had is really good, and I certainly understand. Like, don't make this decision lightly. I understand it is the church's responsibility ultimately, and that there's obviously a local parish there, and local people have contributed money to that church over time, and it's a place that they've gone. I don't know the current community, the current parish there, what's happening with the church, but I do hold some concerns about if there isn't anybody around. Councillor Duff explained there's an elderly gentleman who's mowing that facility at the moment out of the kindness of his heart. I just worry, about what it looks like into the future, and I know as do many of you. So I probably would like some more information before we lock council into a position where we're taking on the asset. In terms of the subdivision, I would like to, I guess the purpose of this discussion is to understand whether that's warranted, into the future. So I'd take any advice from the staff or the team if that's not clear on council's intent. And my apologies, it's not a hard decision. It's not a clear decision. It's kind of do some more homework and come back to council, I think.
Yeah, no, thanks, councillor. I get the gist of your motion, but I would just like to see a letter written back to this church and just say you need to come to us with your future plans rather than having council put any effort into it. I think they need to come to us with every intention of what they're going to do. If they subdivide it and they sell the church and all that, the money's there for. I don't know that that's much different, councillor. To it has changed a little bit, but I think it's given the intention that or the suggestion that we're still maybe interested in discussing future. And again, it's only for my thoughts. I think I'd just rather see a letter, and I'll open up to the floor in a minute, just a letter written to this church to say, can you clearly outline your intentions with this, as council is really not interested in taking anything over at this stage. And I'm sure they could, I don't know. I totally get what you're saying, Councillor Shoemaker. It's a difficult situation and, I don't know. Councillor Henshin?
Happy to just change that amendment to say, rather than commence investigations, that's sort of what I was thinking we would do. There'd be a letter or conversation with the church. But if you'd prefer that just to say and write to the church to understand, seeking a response or something, my intent is not to waste time. It's just to understand. I can't make a decision about this until I understand some of these other things, I think, is my thinking. But
Absolutely. So I think it's up to the church to give us the information rather than us go out there and do the work for them.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say exactly that. So it's Councillor.
If you just changed it to seeking, so we decline this to be gifted the St. Faith Anglican Church and request and write to the church seeking a response on their proposal for ongoing maintenance of the cemetery.
Yep.
I think all the rest that you've got in there is quite appropriate, the condition and all that. I think that the church need to put a case forward and do all the information. So I'd like to see all that left in there and the church give a clear outline on what their expectations for the future is. So let's go briefly around the table from Councillor Henshin, Potter and Erkins, and we'll go, if everyone's happy with that amendment there, moved by Councillor Shoemaker, second by Councillor Duff. Councillor Henshin?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, look, with Councillor Erkins on this, I don't think Council should be spending a cent on this, nor too much time. The church, and with all due respect, I don't believe it's a rateable property. That'd be correct? There you go. It's not a rateable property. Councillor Duff, you're concerned about the cemetery going overgrown. Would that not fall into a policy category, overgrown allotment, where they would be issued with a notice and then they either tidy it up or council goes and slashes it and charges them for doing so. So I think this is not something that the council needs to deliberate or take on, in my opinion. I think the church is just trying to pass the buck here and it'll be another cost to our ratepayers. So, I'm not supportive of it. Councillor Shoemaker, yes, what you've amended there, I'm happy to support. But this council doesn't need to spend too much time or money investigating that. Simple conversation with them to get some clear direction as to what they're going to do. Like I said, it's not a rateable property. We know where churches stand in the rates in the tax department. And classic example, and again, it'll fall under a policy that council has, is overgrown allotments if they chose not to maintain the place. So I think it can be fairly simple.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I will support this one that Councillor Shoemaker has put forward. I do believe that putting another report back to a future council meeting, knowing that it may not be us that, you know, the council sitting here that make the decision anyway, because I think for us to expect that this is going to be brought back to January is a little bit, well, it just won't happen. So we've got to realise that it's going to be brought back to a meeting that we have no, it may not be all of us sitting at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins, just briefly.
Yep, briefly. I think one of the things you've got to remember that there are gravestones and grave plots everywhere. What are we going to do when Joe Blow sells his property and on it there's, you know, his ancestors, and the new buyer says, well, council want to come in and keep this, you know, the little graveyard that they've got on their property maintained. When I looked up Mondua Cemetery online, it came up with the Monju Lutheran Cemetery in Mondua. So, you know, I don't know whether there is more than one cemetery in Mondua, but I believe that there are cemeteries across the region, across the state, that churches also have responsibility for. One of the things that we've got to remember is the church didn't come to us asking to subdivide that block of land. They wanted to gift us, their words probably, but they wanted us to take on the responsibility and the costs of both. We know that the church has really had it. That was an idea that we came up with in our meeting. It wasn't their suggestion that we subdivided off, it was ours. And one of the things that I don't know, if that was to be subdivided, split in half, is there access to the cemetery? I don't know whether I haven't had a look at that road to see whether it's on a public road or not. But right across, I just believe that we should be declining the offer and let them come back. Maybe I could support that in one way, but I'm not happy about it, because I do believe we should just decline it. If the church come up with a better plan to try and entice us to take it on, but I don't believe it's our responsibility. And, you know, I'm sure you'll find that church are probably a lot more financial than our council and a lot of our ratepayers. So, you know, it's not our responsibility. And so that's just my view.
I think,
on it.
yeah, good point. And I think we're just doing our due diligence. We're giving them the opportunity, and then we can have the discussion and we can make the decision to and from that. You made some good points. So it's just a bit of due diligence. I'm happy to support that amendment at this stage. Councillor Duffy, you...
Yeah, happy to support the amendment, because I think that all we're doing is asking them to, holding them to account on what they're going to do with the cemetery into the future.
Okay. Briefly, Councillor Shoemaker, then Councillor Potter. We've had more than we need. Oh, you're done. So Councillor Shoemaker, briefly, and then we'll go to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jones. Yep, I certainly agree with everything that's been said, but I just want to be clear that, you know, I do feel that this is important. This is somebody should do due diligence on these things, and if there's nobody else in the community, I feel it falls on councils to make sure. I agree with Councillor Duff, to hold the church to account and to make sure that something happens that doesn't end up being an overgrown, forgotten cemetery in Mondua, and that's why I've put the motion forward. I really would like to do some more homework on this one.
Okay, we've got the amendment there, moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Duff. It's written there. Everybody's agreeable to it. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. And the amendment now becomes a motion. So we go back to that. So the amendment there is moved by the Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Duff. The amendment is right there. It now becomes the motion. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry. Can I just speak once more on that? I've just looked up a little further. The Monjur Anglican Cemetery has 15 graves in it. The Monjur Wheatlands Lutheran Cemetery has 105 graves. So bear that in mind. You might have the Lutheran Church coming to us next, asking us to take on their cemetery. No, but I
Okay, so the initial motion was moved by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter. So the amendment now becomes a motion, and it will be moved by Councillor Duff and seconded by Councillor Potter. And so, Councillor Duff, I will give you the right of reply to finish up if you've got anything to add on that, the motion now in front of us.
Happy to just go to the vote.
Okay,
thank you.
Councillor. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. No? Who is? Oh, sorry. So we have Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Jones in favour. Against Councillor Erkins. The vote is carried 5 votes to 1. Alrighty, 15.7, future use of lot 19 on CP 891608, 9 Knoll Street, Nanango. The officer's recommendation is that 1, negotiations continue to determine suitability to enter into a new lease agreement in accordance with S2361C3 and 3 and 5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the disposal of a non-valuable current asset being lot 19 on CP 891608, or 2, negotiate the sale of the property to an adjoining landowner in accordance with S236C4 and 3 and 5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and 2A, the property be offered for tender under S227 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 should negotiations with the existing leasee and adjoining landowners fail. And 3, pursuant to Section 251B of the Local Government Act 2009, the South Burnett Regional Council delegates to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate, finalise and execute a lease between the existing leaseholder or sale of property to an adjoining landowner on the terms and conditions of the Chief Executive Officer reasonably considers are satisfactory to Council. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Potter. Questions? Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 15.8, amendment of fees and charges 23-24, Macaulay Weir. The officer's recommendation that the 23-24 fees and charges be amended to include the following. 1, Macaulay Weir, key deposit of $100, which is refundable on the return of the key, subject to the terms and conditions of use. And 2, that the amended fees take effect as of the 1st of January 2024. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins, seconded Councillor Potter. Comments, questions? I think we had a discussion in the standing committee on this one. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 15.9, Barambie United Football Club Inc. financial support. Officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council 1, develop a policy for managing requests for financial support by community organisations and not-for-profit groups, and 2, offer for the Barambie United Football Club Inc. to apply for a community organisation loan for the shortfall of co-contribution funds. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Duff. Again, any questions? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Unanimous. 15.10, trusteeship of Goodyer Hall. I have a declaration or a conflict, so I will now leave the room and I will ask Councillor Henson to chair the meeting, and I will be back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're at 15.10, where the trusteeship of the Goodyer Hall, Lot 186 on FY 850, and the officer's recommendation is that the South Burnett Regional Council becomes trustees of the Goodyer Hall, locally known as the Goodyer School of Arts, being a reserve for Public Hall R685, Lot 186 on FY 850, and pursuant to Section 257(1)(b) of the Local Government Act 2009, the Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to complete the transfer of trusteeship. We have a mover, Councillor Erkins, seconder, Councillor Potter. Comments, questions?
Just a question, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, you're behind me. Sorry.
Henshin. Just in terms of, thank you, CEO Mark. I know you reached out to the group of individuals who have demonstrated that they'd like to take care of and basically have custodianship over the Gudger school building. And I know you sort of provide us a phone number to say you can contact that one of those individuals to find out what their vision for the site is. And I have done just that and had a range of conversations since our last meeting. I do think it's really wonderful to hear that there are some members of the community who would like to bring this, what is a piece of history, up to a standard and make it safe in the short term. But it's my understanding over the longer term that there's still a lot of conversations to be had around, what kind of activities and what kind of usage this facility might offer to the community. So I'm supportive of the motion, but my question is, I would like to understand how council may continue, partnering with that group. Like, this is just about the trusteeship. There's nothing about the lease, and I know that's the next sort of step. So my question is, in terms of the future and the future use and upkeep of this building, which is a state government-owned asset that I don't believe we actually, as a council, have a responsibility to take on to our books, but I do understand it's got significance to the community, hence why we're having this discussion. So my question is, CEO Mark, just in terms of that ongoing conversation and opportunity to talk about, this site and partner in its refurbishment and certainly support that group. I think there's a lot to think about in terms of, and you yourself, Councillor Henshin, would know with the, hall committee that you're on, somebody has to keep a key, somebody has to organise the bookings, those sorts of things. I think there's a lot of work to be done around this one. I'm just wondering, CEO Mark, around how that ongoing relationship or conversation might unfold, or what you have in mind.
Thanks, Councillor. There would be a sequence of events, because I see this in my own mind, and my opinion is that we will just be like a football pass state to us, and then the group starts to do its incorporation and then moves forward. I've got another group that is looking to come and speak to council as well. So we're just starting to firm up a couple of dates in January for the Community Engagement Day. And I would think, given the phone call I had and then the information circulated, my next step was to invite them in to come and have a bit of a chat and give them an hour slot at one of those, and then they can clearly articulate their vision way better than I can do as relaying their information. And if we can get all councillors in the room, well, then you can all hear the same story at the same time. But certainly tagging them for an invitation in January to come and meet.
Yeah, fantastic. I think that would be great. I do hold some concerns, as we've had, discussions today. Our budget is really tight, and sort of taking on an underutilised asset and something that is, over 100 years old, knowing that dilapidation report and the amount of work that needs to be done, is in my view a big decision. Because, we all know how we're struggling to maintain the assets that we currently have. But I do see this opportunity to work with that community group to harness grants and things and bring the whole, return the school building to its former glory. So, I'm supportive of the motion, but I do think that ongoing conversation is important. So thank you for the additional information.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. As we talked about in the standing committee, there's a lot of work to do in that space, and I'm sure CEO Mark, once they are in here and give us some direction as to or idea of their plans in the future with it, because as we know, there's an enormous amount of work to do out there with that particular building, and they've had some pretty fruitful conversations, certainly with Stanwell and other people in the community. So, it'll be interesting to get them in here. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. One of the reasons that I supported this, because I also spoke to some of the members of that community who are very keen to do something on that hall and bring it back. I see that they have also spoken for possible funding sources, and they're very confident of being able to do something with it. But one of the things that I probably always stress in our community is the bonding of a community, and I feel that a project such as this is something that is perfect for bringing a community together. So I'm very keen to see, I understand we talk about the costs involved, but when I spoke to those, that group, they're very keen to obtain funding from other places. So whether we're the trustees for it or whether it belongs to the government, it's still at the moment a pretty much an eyesore. And if we can get a group that will take it on and get funding to do, as I said, the fact that it brings a community together, bonds that community, I think is very, very important. So I really ask my councillors to support the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Certainly, you're right. The little community out there got some pretty big goals for that building, and certainly when that comes to fruition or work in progress, we wish them well. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is just a great motion, and moving forward with the group that want to take it over, their plans for the future, what they would love to do within their community, within that group. I'm just glad that these people have taken it on themselves to see us and to bring a vision forward that they have. And I think it's only going to benefit the whole of South Burnett, and I'm just looking forward to seeing this all come to fruition. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Potter. Yeah, look, some people say they don't dream, but it's healthy to dream, isn't it? So, and to have a vision like what they've got, I think it would be great for the community of Goodyear and for the region. So, with that, no further comments or questions. We go to the vote. All those in favour. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you very much. We'd ask Acting Mayor Jones to step back into the room. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Henson. 16.1. This is a portfolio for tourism, visitor information centres, sport, recreation and commercial enterprises. Request to apply for the Active Women and Girls grants. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council make application for funding under the Active Women and Girls program, which promotes increased participation of women and girls in sport and active recreation. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter. I think that one's a pretty straightforward one without any discussion. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Councillor Duff, Councillor Potter was seconder. 17.1, the portfolio for regional development, development services, community and social housing. The officer's recommendation that South Burnett Regional Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer 2 grant applications to be submitted for funding under the Queensland Resilience and Risk Reductions Fund. Do you have a mover? Councillor Potter and Councillor Duff. Questions or comments, councillors? Again, I think long conversation's been had on this one, and I think it's straightforward. It's a good thing. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 17.2, Regional Development Action Plan. The officer's recommendation that the South Burnett Regional Council endorse the Regional Development Action Plan to deliver on the Regional Development Strategy 21 through to 2026. You have a mover? Councillor Erkins. Oh, Councillor Shoemaker, sorry. Sorry, Councillor, you're on the screen behind me and I haven't got, again, sorry for that. So, again, conversation had by this. Is there anyone got any comments, questions on this one? Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I want to certainly acknowledge the team for putting this together. I know it's been a long road. We've had staff come and go in this team over time. So I know that was has slowed us down. I think reading over the action plan, it's really good. There were just, and it's really comforting that a number of the items that we've actually included in the action plan are things that we are actively working on. CEO Mark, I had a question for you. Just this is the first time council's actually seen the action plan completed, and I had a couple of points to add in there, 3 actually. Would you like them now, or I wasn't sure, we didn't get an opportunity to workshop or discuss this prior to it coming to a council meeting, so I didn't know how I might add those points.
Thanks, Councillor. I think the team was trying to get the draft up, so we'd before the end of this calendar year, which was, we can take the 3 points now. Whether you want to email them through, or we can leave this lay on the table until January and just send them through, and I'll add them to the January workshop, unless there's something.
Yeah, it would be great to.
Nope. Yeah,
no, not at all. I just wasn't sure how you were planning on, progressing it. I would like to have it endorsed by council by, certainly the end of this term. It's been something that have been working on over the last couple of years. Yes, the points that I've got, the one is that on page 7, under Council's planning scheme, identifies and caters for future workforce needs and enables improved housing outcomes in the region. The big one that I want to add in here is that we pursue a temporary local planning instrument to lower the level of assessment for medium density housing. And I've got some information that I can pass on that demonstrates other councils across Queensland who have done just that successfully. Moreton Bay has got a really good instrument in place. So I'd like to add that to the workshop anyway for discussion. And the other one is that I think we should acknowledge the work we've been doing to support the regional economic transformation in a sustainable way, under point 4, and also just the work that we've done with our resource councils and LGAQ to advocate for regional priorities. So I've got some notes here that I'll send through to you. If we can add them to the workshop, that would be great.
That'd be great, Councillor. So if the resolution just read blah, 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 21-26 as amended, and then we'll note you'll send those changes through.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so Councillor Duff, you happy with that extra bit there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got the motion there, moved by Councillor Duff, second by Councillor Shoemaker, that the South Bend Regional Council endorse the Regional Development Action Plan to deliver on the Regional Development Strategy 2021 to 2026 as amended, noting that Councillor Shoemaker will send some extra information through for the January workshop. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 17.3, the combined application for material change of use for extractive industry, removal of quarry material and reconfiguration of a lot access easement at 79 Zerners Road, Mergen, and described as Lot 1 on RP 98690 and Lot 1 on RP 96067. And applicant is Romala Proprietary Limited, Care Gaskell Planning Consultants. The officer's recommendation that the South Bennett Regional Council approve the development permit for material change of use for extractive industry and reconfiguring a lot access easement on 79 Zerners Road, Mergen, Lot 1 on RP 98690 and Lot 1 on RP 96067. And the applicant is Romala Proprietary Limited, Gaskell Planning Consultants. So we have a mover, Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Potter. Comments or questions? It's a full extensive report there for you, 253 through to 408. If there's no questions, we'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to questions on notice. And the first one is the following question on notice was received from Councillor Duff. Can a full report be brought back with a comparison of infrastructure fees and charges between other councils? And Councillor Duff, the information has been given there. Are you happy with that? Or any questions?
Yes, I'm happy. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to move that be accepted?
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Question on notice, Blackbutt Transfer Station. The following question on notice was received from myself. The question, can clear indication be given of what is permitted at the Blackbutt Transfer Station? I'm pretty comfortable with that. General Manager Darryl, you've done a good job there, and hopefully the message is getting out clearly now, so thank you for that. So I'd like to move that be accepted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Question 18.3, question on notice, approved subdivision in the region. And the following question on notice was received from Councillor Erkins. Can a report on the approved subdivisions within the region be brought back to Council? Councillor Erkins, your response is there. Happy with that? You'd like to move it? So Councillor Erkins moves. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 18.4, waste removal at Broadman Road. The following question on notice was received from Councillor Erkins. Can customer be contacted back regarding a request for waste removal at Broadman Road? Councillor Erkins, you want to move that be accepted if you're happy with the response? Okay, we'll go for a seconder. Councillor Henshin, go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Landfill tender Proterra. The following question on notice was received from Councillor Shoemaker. Are there any long-term options for landfill operations as Proterra is only contracted? Councillor Shoemaker, are you happy with that? Yep.
I just wanted to be clear on the response. Maybe Manager Brooks, if you could just talk to this. I was interested in how we were going to make up that shortfall in operational costs, and I can see here there's expected some increase in revenue of scrap metal, review of operational sites. I just wanted to understand more about the work that's happening, reallocation of this work that's actually happening, because to, achieve $842,000 extra from an operational perspective on our landfill maintenance and supervision, obviously there's a lot of work happening in the background, so I just would like to understand your response a bit better.
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Acting Mayor. So, yes, obviously that's the shortfall that's been earmarked based off the tender rate that has been submitted by and approved by Council, by Proterra, and that's based over current landfill and waste management operations. So we've got a series of dot points there which covers off on where we will be looking as far as where those savings will come from. I mean, I think it's been well known that the waste budget isn't shrinking with the number of facilities that we've got. We've got some serious operational issues going on there with illegal dumping and all the other practices that are going on there that shouldn't be going on. So so there's certainly some opportunities there, and obviously we'll drill down further once we seriously get into the budget preparations for the next financial year.
And just with the tender, so the rates modelling or the waste, I probably just want to understand how, at the moment we're actually going to cover this cost with our waste levies and things, what we've actually modelled for future years. Like, I'm really concerned. Like, I know the condition of our current budget, and I know there's no money tree out the back, and I know that we had been projecting significant increases in, waste management charges over a long period of time to cover some of that. We've brought the strategy in. There's a much bigger picture conversation here that I don't think we're having as a council, and I probably don't want to leave a mess for the next council if we can sort of start unpicking some of these things and better understand. I feel like there's only some, you know, I know there's a lot of work happening and we're tracking, but there's a lot more work that needs to happen, and I don't think this one just sits on the shelf until, you know, the next budget comes along. I think there's a lot of work here that needs to be done. So I'm probably keen to understand how council, you know, coming into caretaker period or whatever might support your team in this process, because yeah, 842,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor. So the team in Waste currently consists of 2 admin ladies and myself. So you use the term team loosely.
Yeah.
But certainly, you know, there is a lot of work being done behind the scenes. You know, we've got the Proterra contract, we've got the supervision contract, where, you know, we are looking at operational efficiencies as part of that, and you know, that's, you know, why we've got a modern contract specification that we're trying to implement from March next year. But you know, we've spoken with council a number of times in relation to the future direction of waste, and you know, what the options are for council going forward in relation to funding it, because we do have some significant capital decisions to make in relation to landfill operations. Like, where's the future landfill operations going to be located? Are we going to build a long haul waste facility and cart it outside of the region, or are we going to, you know, create a greenfield site somewhere? And to that end, we've just completed a feasibility study on that, which I'm currently assessing, and you know, could come back to council with some conversations in January on that. But no, certainly that, you know, there's certainly some serious financial pressures in that waste space that we need some you know, decisions from the new council as to what that looks like going forward.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is an item, but I just feel like for further workshopping or discussion, but you know, there's no magic wand for this budget, and there's going to be some really hard decisions to be made, and I just think we need to be, we've had some conversations, yes, but we haven't actually really, there's a lot more decisions to be made, so I think the conversations need to continue, and I don't know what that looks like if we're not doing committee meetings anymore, whether we need to be having some specific workshops around this or what, but I'm mindful I don't want to leave the next council having to, you know, increase the waste management charges quite significantly without fully understanding the bigger picture.
So, Councillor, so you happy to move? Are you happy with that response? Are you happy to move that?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the response, but I do think we need to have some more discussions about how we progress this area.
Yep. Councillor Erkins, did you want to make any comment? Do you want? Yeah.
I just wanted to ask quickly, when does the new contract actually commence?
We've got a series of contracts commencing next year, so I think the supervision come landfill maintenance one is March next year, and the new curbside collection contract with JJ's is the 1st of July next year.
Probably one of the reasons I was asking is because I had a couple of people who currently work for the current contractor, and they seemed unaware of that there was going to be any change, or some were unaware and some expressed concern as to where they stood. So just checking when.
Through you, Acting Mayor. I mean, I find that a bit surprising, but yeah, I mean, if they've got concerns, give us a call.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. 18.6. The following question on notice was received by Councillor Henson. Is the Perish tree in Cumbria being replaced in the near future? Councillor Henson, are you happy with that response?
Extremely happy, thank you very much. Yes.
So you should be. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, that brings us through to the confidential section. and that is item 20.1, the Mergen Visitor Information Centre. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. 20.2, financial hardship rates application, assessment number 23839100000/000. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JD of the Local Government Regulation. The Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with rating concessions. 20.3, South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board meeting minutes, 3rd of October 2023. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. And 20.4, Mount Rural and Reservoir tender evaluation. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254JG of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. I would like to move that we move into confidential now. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henshin. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. I'd like to move that we come out of confidential. Do I have a second? To Councillor Henson. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Okay, we go to 20.1. Councillor Erkins.
I'd like to move that the matter lay on the table until we do further community consultation.
Okay, we have a second. To Councillor Henson. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 20.2 is the financial hardship of rates application. The officer's recommendation is there in front of us. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Erkins. It's a 9-step program there. It's all there for everyone to see. I don't really have to read that out. As presented, Mr CEO. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. We'll jump now to 20.4, Councillor Shoemaker, and then you can say goodbye. We'll go to 20.4, the Mount Rurulin Reservoir tender evaluations. The officer's recommendation is that 1, we accept the submission from Penzar Structures, preferred tender. 2, council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate the contract. And 3, council make a budget amendment of the second quarter review of $330,000 to be allocated from restricted cash and program savings. Do I have a mover? Councillor Erkin, seconded Councillor Potter. Go to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker will leave the meeting now as she has a declarable conflict on 20.3. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for your attendance, and enjoy the rest of your day. Dawn. Okay, the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board meeting minutes, 3rd of October 2023. The officer's recommendation that the report on the South Burnett Community Hospital Foundation Limited Board meeting held on the 3rd of October 2023 be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Erkins. Second, Councillor Potter. We go to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. That brings our meeting for December to a close. Everybody, thank you all very much for your participation. And does anybody want to finish up before I close the meeting and say anything about Christmas? You've got 1 minute. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Everybody have a wonderful, safe Christmas, and thank you for your attention throughout the day. Goodbye and enjoy the rest of your day. See you later.